And back on again. Ooh. Well, think I might as well, I don't know, go back in the game again, see what happens. Oh, and I lost my character. Oh, and it started a new video. So, yep, I might as well just let the opening cutscene play again, because it already crashed.
War. War.
Didn't crash this time, I just went out of the game to go delete the VOD. Because it crashed anyway, so I'm gonna restart.
Never changes. In the year 1945, my great-great-grandfather, serving in the army, wondered when he'd get to go home to his wife and the son he'd never seen. He got his wish when the U.S. ended World War II by dropping atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The world awaited Armageddon. Instead, something miraculous happened. We began to use atomic energy not as a weapon, but as a nearly limitless source of power. People enjoyed luxuries once thought the realm of science fiction. Domestic robots, fusion-powered cars, portable computers. But then, in the 21st century, people awoke from the American dream. Years of consumption led to shortages of every major resource. the entire world unraveled. Peace became a distant memory. It is now the year 2077. We stand on the brink of total war. And I am afraid. For myself. For my wife. For my infant son. Because if my time in the army taught me one thing, it's that war never changes.
War never changes. For the second time. Okay, try again. I can't skip this.
War never changes.
You're gonna knock him dead at the Veterans Hall tonight, hun.
You think?
Absolutely. Now get ready and stop hogging the mirror.
Right.
Okay, go back to the preset I found before. Oh. Yep, here we go. Just do it from memory.
So handsome.
Oh, I can do this too. Oh, it still has window capture 2 here. Now I don't know where to find that image again. It's not coming up with the same search. Well, now I really will go off of just memory.
Looking good, if I do say so myself.
It is.
Such a cute nose.
Commonwealth Jerry. Yep. Commonwealth Jerry will look different than DC Jerry. Oh, there, I found it. Now I got the image. Oh, jeez. Is this the one? Oh, please. It's not gonna work. Oh, there it is. But it's not even showing up. Oh, because I have it underneath window capture. There it is. Try this again. Now I got the image. Okay. Uh,
Hun, you think my nose is too big?
oh, there we go. Gotta put them up.
There's something different. What is it?
There it is. Except, I think I need to do more down actually. Like that. As far as it goes. Scale. Actually larger. Except.
Not bad. Not bad.
That one. Oh. As long as the game doesn't crash. Facial hair. Not
Mustache, huh?
sculpt. Oh. Oh, here we go. Wanna see. Now I'm looking at that image. Except
I clean up pretty nice. What do you think, hon? Roguishly handsome or handsomely roguish?
It's good. That's good. Sculpt. Go scale. Think about that. That's probably where I'd have it. Mouse wheel. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Except.
I love that face.
I think this is Jerry. Jerry's grown up. This is actually, Jerry time traveled backwards and, got married. Before the bombs dropped. A time machine was discovered in, the DC ruins. Buried under rubble. Oh geez. Saying frames missed due to rendering lag. Skipped frames due to encoding lag. Oh boy, my favorite. Okay. I think that covers it. How do I... Here we go, remove this. Because I don't think I'll be using that again. Close Edge and close Steam because I think that just makes my probability of crashing even higher, so I'll try not to have that happen again. This is Jerry. This is Jerry now. This is the real Jerry. "5-inch forehead now." 9 head. What are you talking about? Get the ruler. Enter. I don't think I'm gonna customize the wife because, well, I already do know the events that happen to an extent, so okay. And Jerry is off.
Ah, good morning, sir. Your coffee. 173.5 degrees Fahrenheit. Brewed to
I think I could have raised the face actually if I wanted to, but I didn't, so. Kind of makes me think of, with the haircut at least, like Nico Bellic from GTA 4. Face. I don't think the face is like... I don't recognize any other characters in the face. This is just Jerry.
Nuka-Cola.
Ice cold.
Looks like the milk got delivered. Saddle up Salisbury steak.
Graded A+.
Oh, sounds like
Ah!
stinky.
Yeah, it's a bit GTA 4, but Nico looks more
You know,
sinister.
I was nervous at first, but Cogsworth was
Sinister.
very good with Sean.
Enjoy your coffee, sir.
Here you go. Here, watch the rockets fly. Want to go bowling? Hey, cousin! Want to go bowling? No. You are copyright. I can't have you. Not allowed. Did I actually do anything? Yeah, I did turn down radio. I didn't turn down music, but I did turn down the radio.
Can you get that? It's probably that.
Hey, Codsworth.
I'll be sweeping up the floors later.
Is background noise also copyrighted in this game? Oh, I don't know. It might be if they used any songs from Fallout 3.
Yeah, let Codsworth take care of it. Another fine product of General Atomics International.
Do I not? I name my character after I, like, do my stats thing. Yeah. I was about to say, because
Sugar bombs.
Come on,
100%
just
daily
answer the
value
door
of
and he'll
sugar.
go away.
sugar bombs, 100% daily value of sugar. Where's the info? Oh, they don't have it on there. Is it on the bottom of the box? I want to pick it up. It's Bethesda lol, of course.
You know he's not gonna give up.
How can someone so small drink so much?
How hot is it outside? 70.
Honey, do you mind getting the door?
No.
Bunch of our old holotape recordings.
Oh, now this is playing music. Oh. Cigarettes?
Are you gonna
Now,
get the
who left
door?
those here? It's a little early to be drinking. Hey, hon.
Can you get the door? Whenever I answer, he just asks for you over and over.
More of the same.
Come on, just answer the door and he'll go away.
Grognak the Barbarian in the Jungle of the Bat Babies. My favorite.
Oh, I drank the coffee. Oh, here we go. It's Tony Bamnaboni. Waiting. Here we go.
Good morning, Vaultec.
Bat babies are wicked cute. I think I've seen, for some reason, I don't remember why. Maybe it was like just science. Maybe it was just science class. What would Jerry say? Oh, Jerry's not interested. He already knows what happens.
Whatever you're selling, I'm not buying.
Oh,
Oh.
no worries, sir. No worries at all. I'm not selling anything. Not today. You can't begin to know how happy I am to finally speak with you. I've been trying for days. It's a matter of utmost urgency, I assure you.
Urgency.
What's so important?
Why, nothing less than your entire future. If you haven't noticed, sir.
Oh, I already
this
know the
country has
future.
gone to
I've been
heck in
there.
a handbasket. If you'll excuse my language, the big kaboom is... It's inevitable, I'm afraid, and coming sooner than you may think.
Oh no, I know.
Catch my meaning?
I was
Now,
there.
I know you're a busy
Come on
fellow,
now.
so I won't take up much of your time. Time being a precious commodity. I'm here today to tell you that because of your family service to our country, you have been pre-selected for entrance into the local vault. Vault 111.
Of space. Go away. No, I'm not gonna do that. Enough space?
But there's room for my entire family, right?
Of course, of course. Minus your robot, naturally. In fact, you're already cleared for
No, I gotta
entrance.
take Cogsworth.
It's just a matter of verifying some information. Don't want there to be any holdups in the unforeseen event of total atomic annihilation. Won't take but a moment.
I've already known the vault. Sarcastic.
Hello?
Okay. Fine.
Sure, let's do it.
Splendid! Splendid. Now, let's see.
21 points available. Jerry. Well, Jerry's a race car driver. Or was a race car driver, so need all that strength to turn the wheel. Jerry's driven the cars with no power steering. Perception. You need I'll say like average. Endurance. Yeah, it's long races. Say 7 on that. Charisma. I don't know. Jerry is pretty cool, but give it a 6. Intelligence. Agility. 3. I don't know. I might just do 6, 5, 5, 3. I thought I would get more points than that then, actually. Endurance, charisma. No, I can't even do 5 on everything. So gonna go. You gotta be perceptive because other drivers, yeah. Gonna clear this so I can see. There we go. Agility. Ability to sneak. I don't think Jerry not very sneaky. Strength, perception. But endurance. I'm gonna go more endurance. Charisma. I don't know, Jerry's pretty cool, so I gotta keep I think I gotta keep it at 5. Intelligence, nah. Agility, nah. Luck, I don't know. 1 agility here. Jerry, I think Jerry has some pretty alright luck. Wait, I can't accept. Why can't I accept? Oh, name. Okay. Jerry. Jerry, race car driver. Mr. Driver. It's Mr. Driver. I think that works. Jerry, race car driver. It's pretty good. Except.
Wonderful. That's everything. Just gonna walk this over to the vault. Congratulations on being prepared for the future.
Oh.
Thanks again.
There we go. Jerry, race car
What's peace of
driver.
mind? That's worth a little paperwork, right?
For you and Sean, no price is too high.
Good answer.
I have my moments.
Oh, again.
Mr. Jerry, Sean.
Mr. Jerry! Mr. Jerry! Yes. Spin, 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 spin. Spin, 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 spin.
You heard Codsworth.
Spin, 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 spin. Oh, there we go.
How are the 2 most important men in my life doing? Spin
There you
the
go.
wheel a bit. He loves that.
Spin, 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 spin. I already know. I already know.
Hey, how's my little guy? Much better now, huh? Listen, after breakfast, I was thinking we could head to the park for a bit. Weather should hold up.
I can't activate this. Whoa! Sounds fun. Sounds fun.
Yeah, sounds like fun.
Sir, Mum, you should come and see this.
No, I want to see the book.
Codsworth? What's wrong?
Wonder what Sean will grow up to be.
Oh, okay. No. I can't open the blinds.
Huh?
What's wrong with Codsworth?
I don't know.
The glove's a little big right now, but Sean will grow into it.
I bet Sean will grow up to be a race car driver just like his old dad. Yeah.
He'll either be great at spelling or great at smashing blocks together.
Heck yeah. Nah, I think he'll be really good at smashing blocks together. Cause I'm gonna teach him. Oh, there it is!
To think, one day he's gonna learn how to drive.
Yeah, race car. Is it on the radio? Nope.
Followed by yes, followed by flashes, blinding flashes, sounds of
Oh
explosions.
no.
We're trying to get confirmation.
Oh no.
We seem to have lost contact with our affiliate stations. We do have coming in. That's confirmed reports. I repeat, confirmed reports of nuclear detonations in New York and Pennsylvania. My God.
Oh no.
We need to get to the vault now.
Oh yeah, here we go. Give me this. I'm driving.
Excuse me.
This is just a drill, right? This can't really be happening.
Hey,
Oh my god! We don't have anywhere to go!
It's okay.
Hold on to Sean.
Hi friends.
Vault's the other way.
hey there.
Sir, turn around and hurry along.
Okay. Uh-oh. Think I'm dropping frames.
Just help me pack it.
Hey,
God, I can't.
Excuse me.
lose these.
Can't
That'll be all I have left.
luggage!
hey there.
Where is it? Where is it? Don't rush me. Don't rush me.
Excuse me.
We're coming!
Um,
Don't close the
hey
hole
there.
without us!
Don't rush
I
me.
thought you could talk to them about it.
Don't close the hole without us!
Hey there.
Don't
Excuse
rush
me.
Oh, I already know what happens if you run the wrong way. Here we go. It just instant kills. Yep.
Hey,
The nukes are coming!
hey there.
Those communists back!
Keep it orderly. Vault participants this way.
Oh no.
Keep it orderly. Vault participants this
Oh, that way.
Who cares?
Just help me pack.
Hey there.
God, I can't lose these. It'll be all I have left.
Who cares about the stupid luggage?
Where is it?
Thought I could talk to them.
Rush me.
Hey,
We're coming! Don't close the hole without us!
excuse me.
Don't rush me.
Excuse me.
We're coming!
Hey,
Don't
Don't
close the hole
rush
without
me.
us!
Don't
Hey.
rush me.
We're coming! Don't close the hole without us!
All vault participants, check in at the gate. That's absurd. I am
Not on
vault
the list.
tech.
You don't get in.
I'm going in. You can't stop me. Okay. I'm reporting.
excuse me.
You're in the program,
Are they
step
letting you
forward.
in?
Otherwise,
And not
return
me?
home.
Someone's gonna hear about this. Are they letting you in and not me?
You don't get in.
Someone's gonna hear about this.
Nope. Who is this?
Only registered vault participants get
What's
inside.
going on? Why is everyone yelling?
Why is everyone yelling?
Are you registered?
Excuse me.
We're gonna get out of here!
Excuse me.
We're not in the vault program. Keep it orderly. We'll check to see
Excuse
if
me.
you're on the list.
House doesn't even have a basement. Where are we supposed to go?
Hey there.
You can't get us in the vault, can you?
Excuse
Are
me.
you registered or not?
The
Hey
vaults
there.
are coming.
Excuse me.
Back out here.
Who cares if we're on some list?
Oh! I think I'm stuck.
If you're not registered, you're not
Oh, I
getting
think.
in.
Oh, nope, I'm not.
Quiet.
Hey there.
We're not in the vault.
Oh, God.
We're not getting in.
Hey there.
Tell me if you're registered. If you're not, you don't get
Hey.
in. They can't treat us like this. I'm an American citizen.
Hey.
If you're not registered, you're not getting in.
Quiet.
We need to get in. We're on the list.
Be okay.
Infant, adult male, adult female. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Get to the vault.
You two, follow me. Come on.
What's
Hey
gonna
there.
happen to all those people
Follow
outside
me.
the gate?
We're doing
Hey.
everything we
This
can.
way.
Now keep moving.
Keep going. This way.
Keep going this way.
Get moving.
Okay.
Sir, I need to operate the elevator. Get out of the control room.
Excuse me.
The platform's over there, sir.
Okay, I'm getting in. Let's go. Oh, please, I can't. I want to talk to the pilot. We're getting out of here. We're going away somewhere else. Oh. And they just stopped the blades. Oh, here it is.
Almost there. We're gonna be okay. I love you. Both of you.
We love you too.
Woo! There it is!
Hold on!
Can't this thing move faster?
No.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god.
This thing cannot go faster.
We did it. We made it. We're okay.
Everyone please step off the elevator and proceed up the stairs in an orderly fashion.
No need to worry, folks. We'll get everyone situated
Hey there.
in your new
Up
home.
the stairs.
Hey.
So we
Head inside.
Yes, up
Just
the
up
stairs.
the stairs there.
I can't believe it. If we left a minute later,
Welcome to your new home.
we'd all be.
No, no.
Hey.
Don't get caught up
Proceed
thinking
in
about
an
that.
orderly
Hey there.
fashion.
Everyone, just head up the stairs. We'll take care of everything.
Hey there.
Right up the stairs and through
Excuse
that
me.
large gear-shaped
Head
door.
inside. Just
Hey.
up the stairs
Move
there.
along. Move along.
Excuse me. Hey.
Just head up
Move
the
along.
stairs.
Move
We'll
along.
take care of
Move
everything.
along.
Hey there.
Please, head
Hey
up the
there.
stairs.
Excuse me.
Welcome
Hey
to
there.
your new home.
Move along.
What?
Hey.
What's going on?
We just need to
Hey there. Excuse me.
We'll be fine.
Okay.
We'll get everyone through this as quickly as possible. Just head up the stairs.
Just head up the stairs.
Hey there.
Hello there. Once we seal the vault, we'll all be getting to know each other a lot more, I'm sure.
Take a vault suit, then head down the hall.
Female and infant. Good.
Hey.
Oh my god. I can't stop shaking.
Shaking? It doesn't look like shaking to me.
Over there. Take a seat.
Hey.
We've
Excuse
been
me.
waiting forever.
There's some problem.
One vault
Excuse
suit.
me.
They're
Now
telling
just
us
head
to
down the
wait.
hall. What a
Hey there.
joke.
Sorry about my wife.
Hey.
She's
Vault.
on a tear.
What a each of
Excuse
you
me.
take one of
Don't
these.
mind us.
Your brand new vault suits.
Just step over to the table.
No.
Sir,
Running some scans, all very routine.
I want to talk. Oh, here we go. Press the button.
Don't worry.
Hey.
No
Every
need
suit
to
is
concern
brand
yourself
new
with
and
these door
sterilized.
controls. That's my job. You just relax.
How can I relax? I've already been through this one other time. I'm a time traveler, don't you see?
Hey.
Move along.
You gonna take your suit?
Nothing to see here.
Hey there.
Keep moving.
Welcome to Vault 111. I'm sure you'll feel right at home in no time.
Oh, sick.
It's down the hallway right
thanks.
there.
What now?
Just follow the doctor here. He'll show you where to go.
All right.
I want this.
Down that
Follow me.
hallway. They'll show you where to go.
See? This is our new home.
Oh, you're gonna love it here. This is one of our most advanced facilities. Not that the others aren't great, mind you. It's gone. Our home.
Sir?
Everything we had.
My mother and father down in D.C.
Excuse me.
We've lost
Oh, God,
everything.
honey.
Hey there.
What if they didn't make it?
God.
These people need some space. I know this is a difficult time.
How
Move
long
along.
do you think we'll be down here?
Every step of the
Oh, we'll be going over all that in orientation.
Good fit.
Just a
don't you
few
think?
medical items we have to get through
Designed to be
first.
fashionable as well as comfortable.
Oh, here we go.
For the future, right?
Oh,
Excuse me.
Just step in here and put your vault suit on. Take your time. We've got all day.
It'll be okay. Daddy's right here. See? Honey, could you help me?
Who's my little guy? I'm not going far. I'll just be over there.
There he is, see? Daddy's not going far.
All set? Just step inside and put on your vault suit.
no.
Everything okay?
Go ahead. I just want to give Sean a moment.
Hey there.
That was a nuke. A goddamn nuke.
Nuke.
Excuse me.
Just follow your guide. He'll step you through the process.
Hey. That elevator. So slow. Hey.
Oh, we're all right. Thank God.
Hey.
Guess we're some of the lucky ones, right? Whew.
Hey there.
Oh, close call, huh? And to think I thought building the vault in the neighborhood was a bad idea.
Such a lovely family you have. I hope you'll see this as your new home.
Just checking everyone off the list as they come in.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Just follow your guide.
Let's follow your guide. Okay. I guess I'm getting in. Activate. Oh. Here goes.
The pod will decontaminate and depressurize you before we head deeper in the vault. Just relax.
Time for a whole new life.
Resident secure. Occupant vitals normal. Procedure complete. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And nothing bad will happen. It will go all to plan.
Manual override initiated. Cryogenic stasis suspended.
This is the one. Here.
Open it. Almost. Everything's gonna be fine.
Come here.
No, I got him.
Let the boy go.
Here we go. Open.
Cryopod manual release override.
God. Why would Voltaire do this? Can't be the only one left.
Hello?
Cryopod
Anyone?
manual release override. Malfunction.
Yep, none of them work. None of the other ones work. Except for this one.
Come on, come on, come on! Oh, God!
I'll find who did this. And I'll get Sean back. I promise.
Critical failure in cryogenic array. Commonwealth residents must
Wife on the rocks. Heavy breathing. Open up. Clipboard. Oh, jumpsuit new. New jumpsuit new added.
Why'd they do this? God. Oh, God.
All of them are malfunctioned. Every single one of them. Oh. Cryogenic array. Offline. Premature termination resulting in system failure. Oh, isolated manual and remote overrides detected. Controls disabled. Oh. Life support. Offline. Premature termination. No, same thing. Okay. Pod occupant status. Pod B1. Mr. Pitro? Deceased. Cause of death, asphyxiation due to life support failure. Oh. I'm guessing it's gonna say the same on all of these. Yep. They're all broken. Here we go. Bug. Security baton. Stim pack. Cigarette. Oh, wait, I don't have the Pip-Boy yet, so I can't even see what I have. I feel like there's more stuff to get before I leave, though. Can I go back here? Oh, inaccessible.
malfunction in emergency exit door override. Please contact your Vault-Tec maintenance representative for service.
Okay. Use mouse 1 to attack. Oh, Alt is like a heavy attack? F opens this up. Okay. I don't wanna... That. Rad roach meat.
Giant roaches? What the hell?
Nuka-Cola bottle. Recreation terminal. Oh, play tape. Oh boy. no. How high can you get? Look out, they're throwing nukes. Oh. Who needs to escape when you have things such as this? I never want to leave. Oh, I did it. Oh. Why am I running? Why is my speed like... Oh, because it goes this way. Oh, and I die if I touch that. Okay. And this doesn't go the other way. Oh, okay. Oh, and I'm dead. Top 10. Brick. Oh, for the game. I see. Overseer memo. Remember, use of the recreational terminal is a privilege. If work performance declines, this privilege may be revoked. Enjoy responsibly. Okay. Hot plate. Ooh. Oh, I thought I saw something in the shower. Oh, look out. Don't want to get zapped.
What happened here? Where is everyone?
Is there anything in here that I would get from passing by this? I don't think so. Any terminals to activate / deactivate? No. Okay. And on I go. Bye bye. Ow. I got a rad. Impacts. Need the ammo. Dresser. Reserved cigarette pack. I forgot that was heavy attack. Empty. More rounds. Another pistol. Oh, unlock. Master.
Nice. Coming back later for you. Is this all that's left?
Oh, there we go. Overseer's terminal. Vault 111 Overseer instructions. Confidential, confidential, confidential. Overseer eyes only. Violation VTP 01011. Vault 111 is designed to test the long-term effects of suspended animation on unaware human subjects. Your staff will be on short-term assignment to monitor basic cardiopulmonary and cognitive functions. Long-term monitoring will be handled remotely by Vault-Tec technicians. Under no circumstances is suspension to be disrupted. This includes the administration of life-saving measures. Your staff is also considered expendable. Insubordination or attempts to evacuate prematurely are capital violations. Unused cryogenic pods are the preferred method for cadaver disposal. Okay. Cryolator. I've long dreamed of making cryogenic freezing available in a portable, on-demand form. The cryolator is my latest attempt. Thankfully, we're in no short supply of the chemicals and components I need to tinker with the prototype. It's a nice way to occupy the time as we wait for for the all-clear signal. Okay. Operations Protocol Manual. Resident admittance. Upon activation notice from Vault-Tec, all personnel are required to report to the entry area and assist with admittance of Vault residents. Security personnel will maintain order and ensure that no personnel or residents attempt to evacuate the Vault. Research staff will be responsible for resident intake and escort each to the designated cryogenic pod. Residents not accounted for in the manifest should be asked to step aside and detained forcefully by security if necessary. Once all residents have been sealed into their preservation chambers, dispose of any detainees. Vault entryway must remain sealed under any circumstances. Staff duties. Science staff. Members of the research team must daily monitor the vital signs of the cryogenically preserved residents. Cardiopulmonary and cognitive activity, in particular, must be recorded hourly. Life-saving intervention is only permitted if greater than 80% of the resident population has perished while in cryogenic suspension, and must not interrupt suspension. Independent research is encouraged and left to overseer discretion. Okay. Security personnel. Security patrols are to be carried out on a constant 8-hour rotation. Security priorities include monitoring for signs of intrusion, checking for atmosphere leaks, settling disputes among personnel, enforcement of regulations set forth by the overseer, enforcement of regulations set forth by Vault-Tec. Facility services and maintenance. Due to the nature of Vault 111, personnel will be expected to perform duties outside of their normal qualifications, such as janitorial duties and food preparation. The exact distribution of these roles is left to the overseer discretion. Okay. All clear and evacuation. All clear message. Following a nuclear event, Vault-Tec will monitor hazards such as radiation levels, enemy invasion, subsequent attacks, and other factors. Once conditions are deemed safe, this terminal will receive an all-clear notice. Upon receiving the all-clear notice, Vault-Tec personnel may be evacuated at overseer discretion. Disregard any notices from organizations or individuals not associated with Vault-Tec, including government and military. Residents are not to be disrupted or evacuated. Vault-Tec will attend to their needs remotely once Vault 111 staff have been evacuated. Okay. Mandatory shelter period. Vault 111 is classified as a short-term assignment. Non-resident personnel are expected to carry out research duties and basic maintenance of the vault while awaiting the all-clear signal to evacuate. In the absence of an all-clear message from Vault-Tec, the overseer may elect to evacuate staff after a mandatory shelter period of 180 days of containment. Under no circumstance may Vault 111 staff evacuate during this shelter period unless receiving the all-clear message from Vault-Tec. Okay. Overseer's log. Preparations. Final staff orientation is complete. All but a few of the residents down in Sanctuary Hills have been enrolled, and several from Concord as well. Vault-Tec supervisors come up this week to do a technical review with me. This vault is ready to open. I can only imagine the wonders that our residents will get to witness. The notion of leaping forward in time, I almost wish I could join them and see the promise of our future realized. October 23rd. It's happened. We were lucky that most of the staff was nearby when the early warning came through. We had less notice than expected, but only Nordhagen was missing when we sealed the entrance. Resident admittance went smoothly. Everyone made it, even the family that waited until the last minute. I was worried there would be more suspicion, but things happened so fast that for these people, they must have been too overwhelmed to question the cryogenic pods. Systems malfunction. Strange issue today with Pod C3. Subject appeared to be having heart palpitations. Nothing life-threatening, but unusual. We realized almost too late that the pod was malfunctioning. The cryogenic array almost started thawing her out. We're not sure, but I suspect a hiccup in Vault-Tech's remote override systems may have sent an errant signal. We'll have to keep an eye out. I only hope their systems are reliable once we evacuate the staff. Supplies running low. There's been no all-clear signal yet, even though we're nearing the end of the 180-day mandatory shelter period. Supplies were never intended to last more than that, and despite my best efforts, people are beginning to question what we're doing down here. If people think we can just leave when the 180 days are up, they're insane. The radioactive exposure would still be potent enough to fry everyone if the vault seals are breached that early. The whole point of the all-clear was to receive additional instructions from the main office. I don't know what to do. I can't open the vault. I can't expect our supplies to last forever. I just have to keep everything under control until the all-clear. Oh, okay. Mutiny. Faction led by the security personnel have turned on me, demanding that they be allowed to leave the vault. Idiots. I will not open the door to be irradiated to death out there. I'm consolidating the remaining supplies, putting the staff on lockdown. We're going to have to start prioritizing who deserves what little food we have left. I've been too damn generous with the rations. If people don't like it, well, that's pure mouse to beat. Okay. Open evacuation tunnel. Well, opening evacuation tunnel. The personnel evacuation tunnel is now open. Remind all staff to be orderly and follow shutdown protocols before exiting and resealing Vault 111. Please maintain all staff records and research. Report to your local Vault-Tech superiors for debriefing and further instruction. I know, Jerry has to report to the nearest race car and drive it across the wasteland. Bobby pin. Your money. Saving my bullets. Control to sneak. Avoid bright light, use melee attacks, and move slowly. Oh, didn't get to read that. To perform melee attacks while wielding a gun, press left alt.
Is anyone alive? Did anyone get out?
Here we go, now I can check for other stuff. Goes back. There. Oh no, wait, I've already looked at all this, I think. Oh. And out the door I go. Oh. 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 Settings. Brightness or anything? Oh. Okay. Well. 2 intelligence, 1 agility, and 3 luck. I thought I heard another rad roach. Where'd it go? Oh. Right, I gotta activate this.
Vault door cycling sequence initiated. Please stand back.
Oh, I can open this now. Oh, okay. This goes back here. I'm missing the vault opening. Oh. Okay. Oh, I fell off. Yep, there it is. Gotta wait for the bridge to extend. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. Can't keep me in here forever. Let me out. Jerry's got some race car driving to do. Oh. I can do all this still? I think I'll stick with it. Exit the vault.
Enjoy your return to the surface, and thank you for choosing Vault Tech.
Vault Tech. Shocked sigh. Alright, the continuing misadventures of Jerry. Yep. Jerry has time traveled back to before the bombs dropping. But what he didn't realize is that he time traveled to the wrong time when the bombs were just about to drop. Well, I guess technically not, you know. Time traveled back to the time when there was risk of it happening. And Jerry ended up getting married and had a son, but now Now that son has been taken. Okay, all Jerry has to do is, gotta just find some parts. Take one of these cars and drive across the wasteland. Oh look, these tires are still... They're flat, but they're still somewhat intact. Maybe they're run flats, you know? Just take the van. Oh. Maybe not. Just take the crane for a drive. Left shift to sprint. Yep. Sanctuary. Okay. Ooh. There it is. Okay. This home? No. This is not home. Oh, there's Cogsworth.
As I live and breathe. Oh, it's really you.
What happened?
Codsworth. What happened to the world?
The world, sir? Well, besides our geranium still being the envy of Sanctuary Hills, I'm afraid things have been dreadfully dull around here. Things will be so much more exciting with you and Mrs. back. Where is your better half, by the by?
A better place.
She's in a better place.
Sir, these things you're saying, these terrible things, I believe you need a distraction. Yes, a distraction to calm this dire mood. It's been ages since we've had a proper family activity. Checkers, or perhaps charades. Sean does so love that game. Is the lad with you?
He's been kidnapped.
Sean's been kidnapped. But I'm going to find him. I'm going to get my son back.
It's worse than I thought. You're suffering from hunger-induced paranoia. Not eating properly for 200 years will do that, I'm afraid.
200 years.
200 years? What? Are you...
A bit over 210, actually, sir. Or give or take a little, for the Earth's rotation and some minor dings to the old chronometer. That means you're 2 centuries late for dinner. Perhaps I can whip you up a snack? You must be famished.
Oh, at times people will withhold information or caps. You can attempt to persuade them into sharing both. Now, the difficulty of success persuading someone is indicated by color yellow, easy, orange, medium, red, hard. To improve the chances of successful persuasion, increase your charisma. You okay?
Codsworth, you're acting a little bit weird. What's wrong?
Oh, son, it's been just horrible. 2 centuries with no one to talk to, no one to serve. I spent the first 10 years trying to keep the floors waxed, but nothing gets out nuclear fallout from vinyl wood. Nothing! And don't get me started about the futility of dusting a collapsed house. And the car! The car! How do you polish rust?
Stay with
Stay
me.
with me, pal. Focus.
I'm afraid I don't know anything, sir. The bombs came and all of you left in such a hurry. I thought for certain you and your family were dead. I did find this holotape. I believe the missus was going to present it to you as a surprise. But then, well, everything happened.
Thank you, Codsworth.
You're welcome. Now, enough feeling sorry for myself. Shall we search the neighborhood together? The missus and young Sean may turn up yet.
Anything dangerous?
Have you seen anything dangerous?
Oh, just the usual, sir. Pesky neighborhood dogs and mosquitoes. Shall I investigate?
No.
There's nothing left here. It's all gone.
Well, if you wish to venture to parts unknown, I won't stop you. I shall
Oh, it was to agree or disagree. No.
Codsworth.
Mr. Jerry, give me
Mr.
the word,
Jerry.
sir, and I'll initiate my search protocols.
Yes.
All right. Lead the way.
Proud to serve, sir.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. OBS, what's going on? Oh, there it is. I was saying my desktop audio was like frozen for some reason. Where are you going, Cogsworth? Hey now, pal. Oh!
I dare say I'm slightly...
Just fighting things. They weren't attacking me.
Hey, Codsworth.
Mr. Jerry, don't worry. My search protocols are on full alert.
Ooh.
Nothing here but a few flies. Wait. My senses are picking up movement in another house. Follow me.
Okay. How far out can I put my view, though? This far. Okay.
Trucks away. Mr. Jerry, your family isn't here either. They're really gone, aren't they?
It's okay.
Thanks for trying, Codsworth.
You can't give up, sir. What about the city? Concord is nearby, and, well, the people there have only shot at me a few times.
Concord.
There's still people alive in Concord?
Yes, although they're a bit rough. You remember the way? Just across the southern footbridge, out of the neighborhood, and past the Red Rocket Station? I shall remain here and secure the home front.
Codsworth.
There must be someone who can help you in Concord.
Yeah, you. Come with me.
Be careful out there, sir. The communists abound.
Get this car fixed up. Put another motor in there. Gotta get out of here. This is Jerry's race car. Please. Oh, it's got a light on the top. Lights on the front. Just paint some racing stripes and a number and we're good. Move marker. I'm like marking it off the map. Going there first. Ooh, 5 rads. Wild mutt fruit. I have to talk. Where? Discovered. There it is. Dog. Dog.
Hey, boy. What are you doing out here all by yourself?
Owner?
You lose your owner, buddy? Okay, then. Let's stick together.
Dog.
Hey. How you doing, buddy?
Tricks.
Hey, boy. You know any tricks?
Oh.
Hey.
Dog. Trade. I can trade with the dog. Oh, it weighs... It doesn't weigh anything. I don't want to trade that. Nuka-Cola gives rads. Plastic. 0.1 weight. Asbestos. That's good. That's good to have in the cigarettes. Impacts. New jumpsuit. Oh, no difference in stats, so you take it. Wedding ring. Wild mutt fruit. This gives rads. Okay. Whoa! What up, dog? What's up, dog? Want me to go this way? Barkin. Oh. Nope. You opened the door. Uh-oh. Mole rat. Dog found an enemy. Dog found multiple enemies. Get off a dog. Ow! Mole rat teeth? Value 1, value 5. Okay. Oh, there. I'll take... What about the hide? Okay, that's worth 8 and weighs 0.5. Oh, I didn't want to take that. Oh, I don't want that either. Workshop. Can now use the workshop at Red Rocket. Okay, the workshop allows you to build, adjust, and remove nearby objects and structures. Move between options with arrow left and arrow right, and press arrow up to find the object or structure you wish to build. If your selected object appears green, press enter to build it. If it appears red, try adjusting its location in yours until it changes to green. Workshop objects are built from components. When building an object, components are automatically harvested from junk items in your inventory are the workshops. Okay. Nope. Weapons workbench. Oh, here we go. No muzzle. Standard sights. Nope. Oh. Oh. Rat poison. Aluminum can. Boston Bugle. Ammo. There it is.
Oopsie. No, no, no. Little fingers away. There we go. Okay. Just say it. Right there. Right there. Yay. Hi, honey. Listen, I don't think that Sean and I need to tell you how great of a father you are. But we're going to anyway. Isn't that right? You are kind and loving. And funny. That's right. And patient. So patient. Patience of a saint, my mom used to say. Look, with Sean and us all being home together, it's been an amazing year. But even so, I know our best days are yet to come. There'll be changes, sure. Things we need to adjust to. You'll rejoin the civilian workforce, and I'll shake the dust off my law degree. But everything we do, no matter how hard, we do it for our family. Now, say goodbye, Sean. Bye-bye. Say bye-bye. Come on. Bye, honey. We love you.
Oh, okay. Oh, there it is. All the stuff that I have in here. Inventory. Here. Oh, there it is. Coffee pot. Hot plate. Toaster. Okay. Stim pack. Adjustable wrench. Just gonna put all that stuff in here. Oops, didn't want to do that. There we go. Oh, this works as adhesive? Okay. Use copper and glass. Can I read any of that? Can I read these? No. Well, then I'll just put it in here. follow the dog. Oh, oh. Okay, maybe not follow the dog. Alright, I have, another weapon. Oh. I thought it was, it had a plus next to it, so I thought it did more damage or something, or had like an attachment on it, but I guess not. Oh, right. Let me get this off my... Oh, I can zoom in. Oh. Move marker. There we go. Now go investigate Concord. Get out my baton and wait. Concord discovered. Dog, 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 dog. Dog, 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 dog. Shooting. Bird. Dog. Okay, bye. Didn't see me. Didn't shoot me.
No more British occupation. You want the back name?
Up. Hi, friend. Hi, friend. Ow. Hey now. What am I hitting? I'm still hitting them, whatever I just did, but okay. Long Johns, oh! Armor. Barrel. Harness. Chest piece. Long Johns. Oh, that takes away the harness. Oh, okay, that takes away the chest piece. So it's 4. Sack hood with straps. Oh, I can't wear mask then if I put that on. Okay. Oh yeah. Now I'm ready. Jerry is ready. Oh, except I didn't know where they were. Oh. I still don't. Oh. Where did dog go? wanna go. Oh, okay. That does that on purpose. Okay, I thought I was just swinging accidentally at their feet. Oh, here's dog. Fancy lad snacks. I think I'm good. Your health is low. Use a stim pack or use something. I don't know what it just said, but okay. There. Oh, there we go. Leather right arm.
You'll be any different?
Oh. Pipe auto pistol, sack hood with straps. Okay, so that's what it is. Road leathers. Leather chest piece. Cycle damage. Oh. Okay. It's giving me the resistance numbers. I see. Level up. Oh. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna give, like, basic skills. Like, I'm gonna increase my basic, like, special skills first. Agility. Do agility first. There. There, now I actually have more armor, I guess. Oh, right. Babe. There it is. Put that. Okay, 0 is already stim pack, so cancel. Don't have any Radaway yet, so I would put that probably as my second favorite. Pipe auto pistol. Put that as... Does that do more than the... No, it does not do more than the 10mm pistol. So wait, I'll make 10mm as first. And then pipe auto pistol second. Yeah, there it is. Okay, now I got my weapons set up. Let's go.
Man, I don't know who you are, but your timing's impeccable. Preston Garvey, Commonwealth Minuteman.
Minutemen.
Minutemen? So now I'm traveling backward in time?
Protect the people at a minute's notice. That was the idea. So I joined up, wanted to make a difference. And I did, but things fell apart. Now it looks like I'm the last Minuteman left standing.
Maybe.
Or are these people?
Who are these people?
Just folks looking for a new home, a fresh start. I've been with them since Quincy. Lexington looked good for a while, but the ghouls drove us out of there. A month ago, there were 20 of us. Yesterday, there were 8. Now we're 5. It's just me, the Longs, Marcy and June. That's old Mama Murphy on the couch. And this here is Sturgis.
Hey.
Hey. Ghouls?
Ghouls? What are ghouls?
God damn.
Wow. You really aren't from around here, are you? Ghouls are irradiated people. Most are just like you and me. They look pretty messed up and live for a long time, but they're still just people. The ones I'm talking about are different. The radiations rotted their brains, made them feral. They'll rip you apart just as soon as look at you. Anyway, we figured Concord would be a safe place to settle. Those raiders proved us wrong. But, well, we do have one idea.
Is it enough?
Will it be enough to stop those maniacs?
Ask him where the racetrack is.
Tell him.
There's a crashed vertibird up on the roof. Old school. Pre-war. You might have seen it. Well, looks like one of its passengers left behind a seriously sweet goodie. We're talking a full suit of cherry T-45 power armor. Military issue.
I like it.
I like it.
Yeah, I thought you might. Protection with an added bonus. Get the suit. You can rip the minigun right off the vertibird. Do that, and those raiders get an express ticket to hell. You dig?
Good idea.
Minigun. Now we're talking.
I know, right? Only there's one hitch. The suit's out of juice. Probably been dry for 100 years. It can be powered up again, but we're a bit stuck.
After agreeing with all the other things, I'm out. No. I'll help.
I'll help if I can.
What you'll need is an old pre-war FC, a standardized fusion core, your high-grade, long-term nuclear battery used by the military and some companies way back when. And we know right where to find one.
But we can't get to the damn thing. It's down in the basement, locked behind a security gate. Look, I fix stuff. I tinker. Bypassing security ain't exactly my forte. You could give it a shot.
No, I don't think I have an intelligence. Maybe.
I don't know. We'll see.
Well, it's not a no. Look, if you can get to the fusion core, jack it into that power armor, and grab the minigun, then those raiders will know they picked the wrong fight. Good luck.
Okay.
Ma'am.
You're not what I expected dog meat would find in that little neighborhood. But oh, so much better.
He's a good dog. I'm like dying.
Smart too.
Hello.
Oh, indeed.
How's it going?
Mate's good at finding folks who need him, and he'll stick by you now. I saw it.
Good morning. Yep. Good morning to you. 5:45 a.m. from Taiwan. Ah, okay. Saw it?
You saw it?
It's the chems, kid. They give old Mama Murphy the sight. Been that way for as long as I can remember.
The sight?
What's the sight?
I can see a bit of what was and what will be, and even what is right now. Right now, I can see there's something coming, drawn by the noise and the chaos.
Noise and chaos.
And it is angry.
Deathclaw? What is it?
What is it? Mama Murphy, I need more, please.
I'm sorry, kid, but I just don't know. The sight ain't always clear, but believe me when I tell you, it ain't a raider. But I'm tired now. And if I ain't mistaken, you've got a job to do.
Okay. Oh, I accidentally took a dinner fork. Oh, I see the bobblehead there too. Here, let me make myself not be dying. Perception bobblehead. Your perception has been permanently increased by 1. Only through observation will you perceive weakness. Okay. Get out of here, dinner pork. Heart.
You okay?
We can't just stay trapped in here. This is ridiculous. Somebody do something.
Dog, please.
Mister?
Oh, no.
Okay. I think I'm gonna turn down the music a little bit. Turn up the voice. Exit. Okay, so this is the power armor. Minigun. Log SSG. Michael Daly? Mitchell Michael?
Personal log. United States Army Staff Sergeant Michael Daly.
Michael Daly, okay.
This past Saturday, October 23rd, while en route to West Stockbridge, a vertibird crashed into the roof of this museum. The cause? EMP following nuclear detonation. Several, in fact. From the intel I've gathered, this was a global event.
That canceled the tape. I wonder.
The co-pilot was killed on impact. Pilot died of his injuries a day later. Day after that, Flaherty and Canower were shot by some scared, desperate survivors. Then Brzezinski took off running. Haven't seen him since. Now, it's my turn to go AWOL, if that concept even applies anymore. My armor's fusion core is burned out, so I guess my soldering days are done. I'm heading to Boston, on foot, to see if my sister survived all this. She's got an apartment on Boylston Street. This is Mike Daly, signing out. Good luck. And God bless America. Or what's left of it.
The mouse to adjust the bobby pin, okay. A to turn the screwdriver. Oh. There it is. Got the fusion core. Oh, this is novice too. So I can still take this hacking. To still have the same, like the same way of hacking as the other games. Like, can I find duds or anything in this? Likeness 2.
That's it.
Oh. Oh, I already unlocked it, so there, I got my double XP. Open up. Psycho, duct tape, adjustable wrench. I mean, I guess I'll actually pick up random stuff now because I can use it for crafting, so why not?
Remember, lads, 2 if I see. Commandos, we ride to Lexington to warn Hancock and Adams. Away your team, Middlesex! King's regulars are coming out! No taxation without representation with you. No more British occupation.
No more British occupation. Alright, I can go up to get the power armor. What am I doing?
I don't think I can pick this.
Bobby pin box. Packs of cigarettes. Okay.
No more British occupation.
Going to get that power armor. And that minigun.
Remember, lads, 2 if I taxation without representation. Commandos, we ride to Lexington to warn Hancock and Adams. Back to London, boys.
Psycho. Switchblade. Oh, that's just the bottle. Junk. Value 2. I can do that. Oh, but it opens this way. So then... There.
Ain't nothing
Going to
wrong
get
with
that
being
power
sick.
armor.
Don't let nobody tell you otherwise.
Oh, there's some pew pew going on outside. It is. Come on, but I already have the bootleg power armor on.
Someone's out there. Why don't you get down here? Give me that fancy gun up close. Not a lot of people can get past my boys. Give me that.
Oh.
Disappearing act, huh?
Disappearing act. I already know what happens if I go down there. I think a death claw comes, if I'm not mistaken.
Are you fucking... Ugh. Hell yeah!
Oh, I got him.
First mistake?
Oh, got them too. I can just barely see them. Got him. Oh. Oh, yep, there it is. There's the death claw. Okay. Angry bark.
Now you're mine.
Deathclaw's still out there fighting. I think I'm gonna run out of ammo. Oh, there it is.
I've lost visual contact.
Oh, I'm out of ammo.
Oh, it's on!
How do I... Oh! Sorry, dog. Didn't want to do that. How do I get out? Oh, level up. I think I'll do agility again. Sneak. How do I leave this? I'm guessing it's not gonna tell me. Oh. Until I'm done killing. Woo! Down the slide.
Think I got something over here. There you are. Steady.
I don't even know what the VATS button is anymore. Used oil can. Just 4-inch flip lighter. Gas canister. Oh. Oh, I can go down this way. Cap stash. Oh, it's telling me to leave the building. Oh no. I'll leave.
Sturgis. What? Don't look at me, new guy. I just fix stuff.
I'll unlock it. Does it still stay the same? Oh nope, it resets. So I can just brute force it. Very good. I'll get it eventually. Oh. And too fast. That I just went through the terminal. Yep.
Yes.
There it is. Unlock security gate. Unlocking. Log entries. After hours tomfoolery. For the last time, the red coat mannequin displays are not toy soldiers and are not to be played with after hours. 2 of them have scuff paint, and this morning one of the foot regiment pieces was missing his arm. This sort of horsing around will not be tolerated. Anyone caught engaging in such behavior will be written up, docked an hour's pay, and charged for damages. Chief Curator Harold Nash. Okay. Roaches in the basement. Someone get maintenance down in the basement to deal with that roach problem. Do it now on the down low while the museum is open. Discretion is key. We cannot afford to close the museum again, nor is it acceptable for a child to find a cockroach in her hair as she's learning about taxation without representation. The situation must be resolved immediately. Chief Curator Harold Nash. Anchorage exhibit. After meeting with the director and board of trustees, I'm afraid I must deliver some rather dire news. Our planned Anchorage exhibit has been put on indefinite hold. It is simply not within the museum's budget at this time to make the renovations necessary to accommodate such an ambitious endeavor. My thanks to the curatorial and maintenance teams for all the work that's been done thus far. Chief Curator Harold Nash. Quad Zero, Sweden. $12 a.m. This is Megan Hayes. I'm a tour guide here at the Concord Museum of Freedom. I'm so scared. When everyone saw the flashes, they left, even Mr. Nash. He just ran away and left me here, jerk. And then one of those army helicopter things crashed into the roof. I saw soldiers, but they looked freaked out. I just hid from them. I've only been in Massachusetts a month. I don't really know anyone, and I don't know where to go. I broke the lock to the curator's desk and took the gun. Going to hide in one of the rooms for a few days until things calm down. If someone reads this, please come find me, but if you try to hurt me, I swear I'll shoot you. Oh, okay. There you go, Sturgis. Read away. Robco Fun. You collect an issue of Robco Fun. Includes the Atomic Command holotape game. Oh, okay. Oh, there it is, right away. Now I can aid right away. favorite. Minus and equals. Do it 5, and then stim pack, put as 4. Duct tape and flip lighter. Empty. Knuckles, switchblade. There it is, assault gas mask. Leather right leg. Put on this stuff. Barrel. Cannot equip while in power armor. How do I get out of the power armor? I want out. Okay, I is also inventory. O is radio. I don't know what P does. I don't think it does anything. J. That brings that up. M is actually brings up map. Okay. N. B. B. That's view. C. Z. No. Please let me out. I guess I'll go back out on the roof. Oh.
We've got this. I'll find it.
Hi.
Looks like we ran them off.
It looks like we ran them off.
No.
Oh, it's just right there. I didn't realize that.
Ain't nothing wrong with a bit.
Check my key bindings. If it doesn't tell me, I will, but it might tell me once I talk to Preston Garvey.
Through the back room and up to the roof. I'll hold them off from here. Go! Did you see? We've got company.
What? Oh, there it is. Now it's running behind the building. Alright. What's happening?
Got anything?
That noise. Gonna save. I'm gonna load, because I don't think that's supposed to be happening. Yeah, now it stopped.
Looks like we ran them off.
Man, what are you waiting for?
Like it or not, we're all counting on you. You plan on dying today? No? Then move it!
What do you want me to do?
Sturgis may be big, but he ain't much good in a fight. I need you to do this.
Oh, I can't push you off thing. Oh, there it is.
I think I got something over here.
Yup. I ran out of minigun ammo, so this is what I can do. I don't want to get the power armor broken, so because it has pieces. Oh no, wait, I know what to do. I think. Drop. Oh, there we go. Take it all off. There. Now I won't break any pieces, I just have the frame. But I might also die too, so see what happens. Oh, there's the dog. Comes. Oh yeah. Like doing 0 damage. Like I might be doing 5 damage or something. Sorry, I ran out of ammo. Yep, I have literally 0. Oh, I'm gonna die. Wait. 4. There it is. Where's Preston at? Preston! Hiding. And I'm dead. It wouldn't tell me how to take off the armor. I might have to wait till after the encounter. I might actually have to load back before I even shot the minigun because I used all the ammo.
Day after that, Flaherty and Canaway were shot by some scared, desperate survivors. Then Brzezinski took off running. Haven't seen him since. Now, it's my turn to go AWOL.
I didn't even put in a power core.
My armor's fusion core is
Hold
burned
E
down,
to
so
exit.
guess my soldering days are
Okay, there it is. Now it tells me. Not taking it. Can I just take the minigun without? No. Strength of 8 required to rip off minigun. Can I do it without power? Because I'm just gonna leave this up here anyway. Oh yep, I can still take it. Now is it gonna say strength not high enough to... Oh no, I can hold it.
Up here.
How about that?
Someone's out there.
Now I'm really not gonna get it damaged.
Why don't you get down here? Show me that fancy gun up close. Not a lot of people can get past.
How about I just do it from here? think I aim better without the power armor.
Come on, I've got places to be!
Oh, my health went up because I leveled up. Oh, I'm dead. Am I not allowed to get on the roof?
Day after that, Flaherty and Canaway were shot by some scared, desperate survivors. Then Brzezinski took off running. Haven't seen him since. Now, it's my turn to go AWOL, if that concept even applies anymore. My armor's fusion core is burned out, so I guess my soldering days are done.
Raise the fusion core.
On foot, to see if my sister survived all this. She's got
Wait,
an
what?
apartment on Boylston
My
Street.
inventory. It's empty.
This is Mike Daly, signing out. Good luck. And God bless America. Or what's left of it.
Did it say where the fusion core was? It just says enter. Or do I just not have it anymore? Because it glitched or something.
Make every shot. Here. Boss! We got somebody up here! Motherfucker!
Oh, and my game crashed. I've played for 3 hours, it says. .8 hours. Doesn't seem right. I think I've been playing for maybe 2 hours or so. But okay. Illuminati. Oh wait, maybe because the character customization or something. I don't feel like I spent that much time doing that though. Because like the stream's been going for almost 2 hours. I did open the game to see if it would at least run, but I didn't even spend an hour doing that. I just opened it, did like just skipped the character creation. 2 hours and 22 minutes and 46 seconds.
After that, Flaherty and Canaway were shot
Yeah,
by
that's still not 3.8 hours though, like it's saying.
Then Brzezinski took off running. Haven't seen him since. Now, it's my turn to go AWOL, if that concept even applies anymore. My armor's fusion core is burned out, so I guess my soldering days are done.
I just don't have a fusion core anymore. I don't get it.
Up here. Boss! We got somebody up here!
Well, let me just do this trick again. Yep.
Find him, kill him!
Oh no, now I gotta do the hacking again.
Yes.
Any day now, new guy.
Oh, hello again.
Got it.
6:20 a.m. from Taiwan. Now arrive office. There we go. Oh, get a fusion core. Oh, I didn't get that yet. I didn't know where the save was. Oh, I can do that and that unlocks it too. I see. Well, I'm gonna get that XP. So, hack again. Uh oh. Dog is making noise. Please, dog. Just like Fallout 3, I can just go in and out as many times as I want. Except I think this is actually faster. There, I leveled up because of that. Who says I needed the power armor? Just gonna walk out there with nothing on. Oop, save. Does it still let me take the minigun off without putting in the
I
cell?
don't think I can pick this.
Just go through. Oh wait, this just goes down here. Ooh. Short pipe rifle. Pipe pistol. Shotgun shells. What's the pipe rifle like? 13 damage. 10mm pistol still does more. Oh wait, now go back. Oh, carrot. I think I missed something now. Ooh. No. Or wait. Actually, yeah. Leather left leg. Forget where the other person was that I killed on my way up. They might be on the other side. Oh, there they are. Salt gas mask. Leather right leg. Now, put it on. Right arm, right leg. Oh, left leg. Can do chest piece. What do I have right now? Oh, I do have a chest piece. Leather chest piece. Versus this, that's 4, so I'll keep that on. Drop. Drop. Drop both of those. Drop the harness. These masks. There we go.
more of you. Right?
Nope. Okay, now I can put the cell in. Yep, there it is.
Oh, now it's on.
What the heck did they just... What is going on down there? Well, I'm gonna save now that I have it again. Oh, I think it's Preston Garvey with the rifle. Dog, please. In the way. Can't get through if you're standing there. All this stuff again. Now I'll actually save. Oh.
Something's out there. What the hell was that? Motherfucker!
Why don't you get down here? Show me that fancy gun up close. Not a lot of people can get past my boys. I give you that.
I'll find you.
Oh.
We've got this.
Oh wait, I can do this. Yep. Bye.
Playing games with me, huh?
Power armor. Does it tell me how much just having the frame on does? Does that actually do anything? 60 I'm at with it on. And with it off. I'm at 12. So it still does protect me even if it has no armor on it.
Think you can win this? Huh? Short controlled burst. Get up! Get up!
Yeah, get him, dog. Oh, hey, don't do that to the dog. Well, I'll get down anyway. I'm not gonna break armor. So, here we go. Oh. They're already fighting it. It's on fire. Dog meat found something. Very good, dog meat. Me too. One shot killed it. Oh, I was about to say, did it die? There. Dog. Yes. Can't see. Dog. Oh, dog is okay. Dog is okay. And there's just an infinite shooting sound that doesn't stop. Please. Load back. Confirm. Yep, now it's done.
See if he had anything worth taking.
Nope. What is that? Death claw meat. Oh, okay. I'll take it. How do I stop this? Death claw hand, hide. Okay, I can just hit tab.
Take it easy, Mama. You okay?
I'm fine, Preston. Quit fussing.
That was a pretty amazing display. I'm just glad you're on our side.
Everyone okay?
You guys gonna be okay now?
Yeah, for a while anyway. We can at least move some. Listen, when we first met, you asked about the Minutemen.
The
One
game
thing
cut
you
it
should know
off.
about
I didn't
us,
even press
we help
anything.
out our friends. So here, for everything you've done, thank you.
Didn't help for money.
I didn't do it for money.
Hey, sorry. I'm used to everyone being in it only for themselves. You know, you remind me of my friends. The other Minutemen. The ones who gave their lives for something bigger than themselves. You should come with us to Sanctuary. We could use the help.
Maybe.
I'll think about it.
Before you leave, kid, a word about the journey you're about to start on. 'Cause I seen your destiny, and I know your pain.
Destiny.
My destiny? What do you mean?
You're a man out of time, out of hope. But all's not lost. I can feel your son's energy. He's alive.
Thank goodness.
I knew it. Please tell me where he is. I need to find my son.
I can't see him. Not clearly. But I feel his life force. He's out there. And even I don't need the sight to tell you where you should start looking. The great green jewel of the Commonwealth. Diamond City. The biggest settlement around.
Diamond City.
What's in Diamond City? Is Sean there?
Look, kid, I'm tired now. Maybe you'll bring me some chems later. The sight will paint a clearer picture.
No, Mama Murphy, we talked about this. That junk. It's gonna kill you.
Ah, shush, Preston. We're all gonna die eventually. We're gonna need the sight. And our new friend here, he's gonna need it too. Now let's get going. Sanctuary awaits.
All right, folks. Thanks to our friend here, it's safe to move out. We're heading for that place Mama Murphy knows about. Sanctuary. It's not far.
She knows about it? You mean she had one of her visions while she was stoned out of her gourd? And now you want us to just head out on another wild goose chase based on no better plan than Mama Murphy saw it?
It can hardly turn out any worse than...
Everybody just take it easy. We're all in this together, right? So Marcy, you got a better idea of what we should do next? Anybody? Well then, Sanctuary it is. Let's just hope it lives up to its name.
Come on, June, it's time to go.
Oh, okay.
Just waiting at the door. Oh, there they go. 1, 2, 3. No? Oh, 4. Okay. They went at the same time. Okay. I hit E and it didn't open originally, now it did.
Sounds like you better get going to Diamond City. Don't forget the price we paid to get this far. Don't worry. I'll get these people to Sanctuary. Let's move out. I'll take point. Stick close, everyone.
We're right behind you, boss.
Ooh. Dog.
I still can't believe you took that thing out.
First time I've seen one of these things up close. I'm very glad it's already dead.
There we go. Welding goggles, left leg. It's a raider left leg. I think I have just a leather one, so that might be stronger. Inventory, apparel. Oh yeah. Wait, am I not wearing... No, it shows that I have all this other stuff. Other right leg. Raider left leg. No, it's the same. I think it just looks different, so I'll actually just drop it. I'm gonna just do this. And I'll put the armor on the stand. Wait, what did I just do? Just added something to my inventory. Disk. Junk. Got to unmute. Oh. So, let me see, what does it want me to do? Because it's saying just join Preston Garvey in Sanctuary, but it's going to this.
Hey, Codsworth.
Mr. Cherry, welcome back, sir. I do hope you were able to find some assistance in Concord.
We'll see.
Maybe. We'll see.
We certainly shall. I realize that I'm no Mr. Gutsy, but if needed, I'd be honored to accompany you throughout the Commonwealth. Just say the word.
Come with me.
Yes, of course.
Right behind you, sir.
Oh.
Not to worry there, pup. Your master is in good hands.
Cancel. Cogsworth tolerates you. Tolerate me. Dog. Where are you going, dog? Oh no. Dog, please. Are you going back to the red rocket? Oh no. Dog, please. Dog, please stop. I can't run for as long as you can. Talk,
Hey,
talk,
boy.
talk, 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 talk. Oh. Let's go.
Come on, boy. It's time to go.
Okay, so if I just...
Replaced by man's best friend. I suppose I can't be too dismayed.
Okay. Just says join Preston there. Are they actually there now though? Let me see. Oh right, I can take down the rubble. Here we go. Our scrap. Ruined house. But how ruined is it? Oh, that ruined. Yeah. Scrap it. The ones that still kind of exist, I think I want to keep. The ones that I can actually walk into. Tires. I could push these. Oh, dog bowl. This. Bubblegum. What does that give me if I store bubblegum in the workshop? No, keep it there. just directly scrap it. Extinguisher. Box, ashtray, television. Maple log. Street lamp. Oh, here we go. There's another one. But can it still be gone into, kind of? Maybe not. Just remove this stuff on the outside. I thought maybe if I could remove the rubble I could go in, but I guess not, because that's still part of it, like the doorway. Oh yeah, that... But it looks like it has an open area. Like you can go in there, kind of, but maybe not. Eh, scrap it. Oh, this one too over here. And that one's okay. Oh. No. Scrap. And scrap. There we go. Select. The doghouse. Oop. Now this house is my house, alright? Okay, yeah. So then I'll put the doghouse right here. Oh, there's a backyard, but put it right here. Oh, that's how you rotate. Enters place. There. Unassigned. Oh, I can assign them to places, that's right, for like the fences and stuff. Radiator. Scrap. I think I'm just gonna exit for now. I don't think there's any more houses to look at. Where'd Preston go? Over here, okay. Hey there, Preston. Let's talk.
Hey, I'm glad you decided to come with us. I should have listened to Mama Murphy all along. Pretty nice place she's found for us. I think we could settle down here. Make it a place to call home. What do you think?
I lived
Yeah.
here.
I used to like living here. Before the war.
What do you mean? Before what war? Are you saying...
200 years
I
ago.
lived here over 200 years ago. I was frozen or something for most of it. Just woke up a little while ago.
Damn. Like one of those old pre-war ghouls. You say you were frozen. Anybody else make it out with you?
Son.
My son. Somebody took him away while I was still trapped. I've been looking for him.
Damn. I'm sorry. I hope you find him. Let me know if there's any way I can help. Anyway, I am glad you're here.
Dog.
I hope you
meat.
don't mind, but I've got another favor to ask. I've had word from a settlement asking for help. There's still hope in there are Minutemen out there somewhere. The only chance to start rebuilding the Minutemen is to show people that they can count on us when they need us. Trouble is, I've got my hands full here. Do you think you could go help out the settlement?
What kind of help?
What kind of help do they need?
Sounded like the usual. Raiders. You'll have to get all the details when you talk to them.
I'd be glad to help.
That's fantastic. The Minutemen could use more people like you. By the way, if you want to help out around here at all, talk to Sturgis. I'm sure he'd be glad for all the help he can get.
Oh, level up. Do intelligence so I can actually get up to 5 on all of these at least. First step. Talk to Sturgis. Okay, I'll talk to Sturgis.
Sanctuary.
Oh.
Sturgis.
You willing to do some work?
What do you need?
What kind of help do you need?
Well, for starters, we could use some real beds. We've been sleeping on the ground for too long.
Sure. I'd be glad to help.
Okay. Good deal. Just make sure we can sleep with a roof over our heads. Some of these old houses still look solid enough to do the trick. There's a workbench over there you can use. Give me a holler if you need anything.
Oh, here we go. Time to build.
Hey, do you have a moment? I wanted to thank you for helping us out in Concord. If only we'd run into you sooner.
What happened?
What happened to you guys?
Long story short, we've been on the move since the attack on Quincy. There used to be more of us. My son, he's gone.
His name?
Your son. What was his name?
Kyle. My son's name was Kyle.
Understand.
I understand how you feel. I lost someone too.
But you and we're still here, right? We have to go on. For them.
Okay. Sorry about your son.
Mama Murphy, can we talk?
I know.
Oh, there
you've
it is,
asked
beds.
me, Joan. I've seen it, and there's nothing I can do for you.
But You have the sight. It has to be able to...
You can't talk to the dead, kid. Even the sight has limits. I'm sorry.
Can actually see what they look like if they're blocked. But not if I can place them. Do these beds. Which house will be the Minutemen house? Oh. Yeah, there's stuff in this one. Scrap these blocks. I can't store the trash can. Well, guess I'll clean this up then. Oh, now I can store this. Some things are storable. Barrel, not storable. Broken toilet. Rug. What do you mean? There's a bed right here. Got a pillow. There's your mattress. Store it. The pillow. Grab this picket fence. Stall door. Air block. Drawer.
Thanks for checking in on me. Of course. We look out
Definitely scrappable. I can't select this. So I guess we're just gonna keep it there. Oh. Can actually store this, so maybe I'll just build one later. Files. That. Or that. Now, time for beds. The Minutemen get a minute home. Let's place all the beds here. Can I pick up this off the ground? No. Oh, hold B. Or this. Does this count as sheltered? Oh. Oh. Oh, you're back. Surge strike. It's Kage, right? I asked before and I didn't get an answer. Always. I think I'm gonna move these more towards the windows. I'm your biggest fan. You're my biggest fan. Is there a way for me to pick up stuff? Like it, move it? What is this game? It's Fallout 4. I started 2 hours and like 35 minutes ago. Now I'm building beds for the Minutemen, which don't really know much about them except for they sometimes help people? Question mark. Scrap this because I can actually put more beds in here. Furniture. Are there any bigger beds? Nope. Only these beds. I'll just do this. I can actually just this way so I can see where it's being placed. %60. I need more beds. Well, I'm on my way to a baseball game, so I'll catch you later. Yep, see you later, Search Strike. Oh, those are shelled. That's a counter. So I think I'll build it in between. Oh yeah, I can just build it this way. That worked. As long as there's enough clearance. Let's see. Oh yep, there is. Okay. I can put these like that. How many more do I need? Data. Oh, there we go. I built enough. Where's Sturgis? Oh, there's Sturgis. Hey,
Hey,
pal.
Sturgis.
I like it. Having a place to sleep will improve everyone's spirits. What we need now is a reliable source of clean water.
I'm on it. Clean water coming up.
Great. Thanks again.
Okay. Now time to build a water purifier. Resources. Water. Oh, or this. Just install a water pump at every home. Pump powered. Water purifier. Industrial. Oh, I don't have any copper. Yeah, I literally have no copper. So, actually, a water pump at every home. Oh, I can't put it inside. Come on now. Why not? Here, I'll put it in the backyard. Like, I don't want to put it in front of the windows. I'll put it, like, the center. If I can. Oh, I don't want to scrap this. I want to move it. Oh, and I can just hit enter on it. Okay, I didn't know that, or else I probably wouldn't have removed those other things. There, can go right there. Oh no, wait, that's in front of a window. Here, put it right here. Now I can put it down. Right here. I want to get it as close as I can to the house. You know what? I think it's because the pump handle was getting blocked before. Yeah. There. Back to where I want it to be. That can only be placed in dirt. Okay. Then I'll put one at the workshop. Like, right here. Let me. Yep, there we go. Right there. Okay.
I feel better already, knowing we have a reliable supply of clean water. I hope you don't mind me asking for some more help, but our food supplies are running low. If we're gonna settle here, we'll need to get some crops established.
What kind of crops?
What kind of crops are you looking for?
It doesn't much matter. Potatoes, mute fruit, corn, whatever you can get to grow.
Potatoes. Oh. Carrot. Oh, I have a carrot. Okay, good. This will be the garden, because there's already, like, watermelons back here. Here. Now I gotta wait. Oh. Assigned to food. Oh, okay, you're already tending to food. And you're hammering the wall. Ooh. Duct tape, silver fork, and scissors. I'll put it in the workshop. There. Dog. Oh, there goes dog. Dog is off. Oh, dog is not off. Dog is turned. Look inside house. Oh, I can't move this one though. Oh, because it just freely moves like that. Need the ball when you have a tricycle. It just slides across the ground. Power. Generator. Oh, no, copper. I still need copper. I do not have that. Connectors and switches. Yeah, this is all power stuff, so that's where I can get a guard post. Turrets, traps, guard post. I can build these. Now, spin around. Put it right here. When your defense value is too low, the chance for attacks on your settlement increases. You should try to keep your defense value at least as high as whatever it just said. I don't even know. As high as something. I mean, I can go all the way down here and just build on this part of the land. How far out can I go to? To down there. I could build guard posts here. If I wanted to. Ow. Hey now. I was about to say, where did dog meat go? I forgot I had that. Get out my baton. This is a sick car, but I can't move it. It has to stay there. Where to put this? Guess I'll just put it in front of the bridge, like on this sign. Preston, there's Preston. Hey pal, got a guard post up. How do I sign?
You ask me, freedom's always worth fighting for.
Okay. Okay, that's still the same as the other games. Can still just hold tab for flashlight. Why is B? What does B do? I think I'm gonna change the controls then, because I can make B like the build. Or can I not? dash slash power attack slash grenade is all the same thing. Okay, maybe I cannot change it. Never mind. We'll save though.
Just find a nice spot of ground and plant whatever you've got. Anything
My
fresh would
light.
be a great change for us.
My light is purple too. Vault-Tec lab coat. Take that. Guess we'll take the cookie pot. Because it can be scrapped. For junk. Well, for whatever. Metal.
I hope you find your son.
Oh. That's how I do it. I just hold down Q. I don't even think it told me that at any point. It's not even aiming at them. There we go. Rad roach. Can see that from over here. Let's get it. There's a rad roach in here. Where's it at? Oh, there it is. It's in the trash can. It's in the trash can. It's got armor. It's cheating. Get it, dog meat. Yeah. Rad roach had armor on. I didn't know they were that advanced. Scrap these barrels. This umbrella stand. Is at the door. I'll just put it back. Here we go, just flip it back up. Be all good. Oh. Well, door fell off. That door stayed on though. There, put it back up. Mr. Handy Box. Mr. Handy Fuel. Chair. There's Sean's crib. F. Oh, I can only scrap this. I can't move it back. Oh, there's the toy car. Picture frame. Oh, I can only scrap it. Can't pick it up. Scrap the bed. Place an actual bed here. I want to take that out. get an actual minute here. Just do it this way so I can see. Oop, there it is. Oh. There. There. These are only scrappable, not movable. Yep. For 1 hour. Oh, or crash the game. Oh, nope, it didn't crash the game. Feel well rested. Oh, dog, please. Save. Yeah. Dog, what are you doing? Oh. Deactivated the jitter. Oh, hi. Ooh.
Hey.
You're tied to this place, kid. Your energy.
I live here.
I used to live here. A long time ago.
Ah, but the distant past ain't so distant for you. I saw you leave that icebox. This whole world is like some bad dream you can't wake up from, isn't it? The site can help you, kid. It always has answers. Just gotta bring me some jet so I can see what it wants to tell you.
Jet?
What's jet?
It's a little inhaler that packs a big kick. They say it makes you move faster, but at my age, it's more of a quick rush. The chems fuel the site, so it's not always gonna be jet I'm asking for. But that's what's on the menu this time.
No more chems.
No. You're an addict. You need help.
Oh, not this again. Kid, listen to me. I'm old, even older than you'd think. If the chems are gonna kill me, then I say I've had a good run. We'd have never made it this far without the site. We need it. You need it. It's part of who I am.
Oh. Yeah, I don't think I have persuasion techniques to make that not happen. Another way?
Isn't there any way you can use the site without chems?
Let me tell you a story, kid. Once, there was a beautiful young girl with a special power. Used to get in all kinds of crazy adventures. She meets a handsome young boy, but he doesn't like her power. Thinks it makes her a slave to something evil. And so the power goes away, and it's not there when the girl and the boy need it most. Now the boy's gone and the girl is old. But she has friends, and her power keeps them safe. That's all that matters.
Persuader, stop.
The site isn't worth killing yourself over, Mama Murphy. It doesn't have to define what you are, or what you can give.
It's my decision, kid, not yours. Now lay off for a while, will ya?
Oh, okay. I don't have the persuasion. I don't have enough charisma. Are they both hammering on houses? Yep.
Just wanted to trade a few things.
Oh, I can trade. Oh. Not like for caps though. Okay.
I know I'm not the only person here who's lost someone. I miss him so much.
Nothing in the mailbox. Nothing in the mailbox. Do any of these have anything in them? No, that's missing. What about this one? Oh, that one's in the ground. I can't even open it. It's embedded. Nope. What about this one on the end? Turpentine. Typewriter. Trolls didn't say anything about picking stuff up, right? No, it did not. Because I thought you could also pick stuff up in this game, too. OBS keeps like freezing until I interact with it. I don't know why. Dog. Save. Again. I'll be right back. You know, I'll be right back. Just do this. You know what? I could probably copy that to here. Print. And it kind of works, sort of. It's, that's reference. So does reference mean it moves on the actual other screen? No, okay. I can't just put it at the top. So then it's not blocked by like HUD elements. Because I was just gonna unpause it and then do this. Then you can just kind of view the landscape. But yeah, I'll be right back. Okay. Now, what is my next thing to do? Next quest item. Probably other than the main quests. Let's see. Provide food. Oh, that'll probably be later. Wait a second, inventory. I do have moot root. I thought I could plant that. Resources, food, carrot, corn, gourd, melon. Oh, moot root. Oh, but I need not wild moot root. Regular moot root. Razor grain. I don't got any potatoes, so I can't plant those. Unfortunately. Data. Well, talk to the settlers at 10 Pines Bluff. Okay. Well, then I'll go to 10 Pines Bluff. Oh, I didn't even see this house before. Oh. Scrap. Steel, wood, concrete, rubber. Bye-bye. Just gotta build a secondary bridge over here so I can go across. That's an enemy? Why is it considered an enemy? It wasn't even attacking me. The heck? Oh. Well, I guess I deactivated it. Guess I'm just gonna be chasing it indefinitely. I still don't get why it's considered an enemy, because it's not attacking me. Or is literally anything considered an enemy that is not just human, I guess? What's going on at this radio tower thingy, or I guess satellite dish?
Lasted longer than the other one. Hmm?
Whoa! Ow. I hit its head off. Well, alright. Mole rat hide. Here it is. Ramp up. Look out, here I come. Leather left leg. Acted long gone. Oh, this isn't even... There, now it's doing it. Canned dog food. Take it. Vodka. What effect does it have? What does it say? -1 intelligence, +1 strength, active HP, 25. Okay. I guess I'll take it. I mean, I don't think I really have a reason to have it, though. Unless someone else asks for it, but... Screwdriver and a toaster. Thought it was like a lever or something, because the way it looked. Oh. Wooden spoon. Armor workbench. Oh. Oh, I can't do any of that anyway. Yeah. Okay. Dirty water, flip lighter. Oh, there's Jet. Empty desk. USAF. Satellite Station Olivia. Okay. Oh. There. Blowtorch. Oh, purified water. Uh-oh. Hi, Doc. Where'd they go? They heard me before.
Who's there?
Ooh. Dog, please. Oh. Oh.
Motherfucker!
You activated them, so... Oh! He flew into the ceiling. Oh my... Dog meat ripped its head off. Okay. Short double barrel. Hey now. Ah! Is that a minigun? Jeez! Sorry, dog. Here you go. Get up, dog. Why is it not letting me use this? Thought I had these, set up. Oh, it moved. Oh, wait, because I loaded back beforehand. Yeah, because I don't even have the rat-away anymore. Like before. So. There. Jeez!
Need some cover,
I don't know if I should be in here right now. Oh! Camera, please. $33 for this. Wait, what? Where? It doesn't save after going in the door. Alright. Wait, I don't need that there. Do this again. Yep. Scrap. I'm gonna save before I go into that building now then. Another dog? What is that? A wild mongrel. Oh geez. Here goes dog meat. Doesn't even notice. Now it does. Does it care? Oh, it does now. Uh, same time. Mongrel dog meat. Oh, there it is again. Yep.
Hey, over here. How you doing, buddy?
Oh. A flower. I guess I'll take it. I don't really know what you use it for, but take it though. Bobby pin box. 44 rounds and a snub-nosed 44 Magnum. Oh, 48 damage. 48 damage. Bait. There, it'll go first. And this will go second. Then have a pipe rifle. That'll go third. This keeps moving. That can go fourth. Oh, because again I died and I wasn't saved, that's right. Where's the ton? There it is. That'll be 5. Wait, what? No, wait, it's 4. And then Stimpack will go. Impact can go 5. Wait, what did I just switch? Auto pistol? What is happening? I don't want that to be in there. I'm so confused. Impact here. What? Because I'm on it, it automatically moves it there. Please. There. Now, quick save. Jeez. It whined after I killed it. There. Now I got a double barrel shotgun before fighting them in that building. Our bunker, whatever it is, satellite thing. Oh no. That'll be favorite. That'll be first favorite. You know what? Since I don't have that much ammo for this, then I will actually keep it out of the favorites. Silt bean? Take the silt bean, I guess. Why not? Hub flower. Save. Sure, save over the quick save. Oh. Float twice. Figure me out. Oh. Yeah, they did. I'm getting radiation from them.
Who's there? Peekaboo!
Oh, they're up there. Ah.
Give up now. I'll take you.
No. Not gonna give up. My arm has been crippled. Uh-oh. 4? Oh no, is it not bound? Oh no, wait. 5, that's what it is. God, I switched it. Oh, shotgun. They knock out dog meat. we're good. We're fine. Cowboy. In again. And save. Advanced. I might not be able to even hack that.
I can't break the code.
Yep, I cannot. They're purified, so I'll take them.
The terminal's gotta be somewhere.
Oh. Yeah, I don't have the skill.
Let go!
Ooh. Alright, here we go. Or double barrel. I thought I had a regular one as well. Drop. But I don't. That's the short. This is the short.
Thought you could hide?
Oh, I'm shooting from down there. Spray firing in here. I keep blowing things' heads off by just meleeing. Oh, I'm burning. Here we go. Ow. Oh. Not again. I saved on the stairs down. Yep.
Hey.
Oh, saw me? Okay. Shotgun shell. Raider left arm. What do I have? Do I have one of those? On. No, I don't. There. Now I got full armor, I think. Not getting detected there? Ow. They go. They were right here. I thought. Oh, Going right in.
Who?
Ah! Oh.
You're dead.
Oh. I get them and then I die. Here goes again. From the top. Oh. Not from the top. From right here. A little bit in. Right arm. I got the left arm, I think. Already. Yep. So they're not already down here. They are, but they're not at the same time. Then how about I don't want to do that. Tori. Molotov. Favorite. On 6. I don't accidentally throw it. Where did they go?
What the hell was that?
Oh.
Hearing shit.
Oops.
Who's out there?
There now. Who?
I swear I must be going crazy. Plywood. How's that supposed to get me ready for this hell?
Someone there?
2 times damage. There we go. Didn't notice the dog? That was right in front of you? Stealth dog. Thank you. Another minigun.
Huh?
Drifter outfit. That counts as everything. Damage resistance 5. What I already have does more resistance, so drop. I don't have any targets.
Only a fucking coward hides.
There, I didn't hide any longer. Stim pack. Shotgun shell. Oiled leather right arm. Boiled? Why is it boiled? I'll take it. Because it does more, gives me more resistance, so why not? Lock it. Bobby pin, Radex, duct tape, scalpel. Oh, I can lockpick.
Yes.
Oh, look out. It's a rad roach. Oh, I'm sorry, dog. I'm just swinging at everything. Intel room key. Untarnished metal bucket. Unrusted tin can. Antique globe. clean broom. Ooh, army helmet. Plus 10 damage resistance. I'll take it. And I'll drop this. There we go. Oh, I can't see. Can't see my character's face. There we go. Jerry's got the helmet now. Oh, just the battered clipboard. Late edition newspaper. Purified water. Oh. You sense something, dog? Take all this stuff. Why is this restricted? Oh, I'm getting radiation from something in there. Oh, fuse. Turpentine. Take it. Overdue book. Oh yeah, I can return those. Take the pencil. Does the pencil weigh anything in this game? Junk. Nope. Surgical tray. Teddy bear. Pen. Unfilled kickball. Adjustable wrench. Shot glass. Ooh. There we go. Take the fusion core. For later. I get other, armor, power armor. There we go. So I can power them up. That's this here. I don't have the skill to unlock that, so is there anything else for me to get from here before I just leave? I do not believe so, so I'll leave then. Just run out the door. Open up. Plunger and reverse. Yeah, I don't think I'll be taking that. Oh, handcuffs. Right hand bones, left hand bones. Yeah, I think I'm good on that. I'll take the handcuffs though. Goodbye. Out to the Commonwealth I go. The wealth that is common. Stay away from the bomb collar mole rat. Because that's the explosion last time. I think that's what it was. Oh, they came out of the ground. Oh. Jeez. There goes the head. Again. Time to fight some dogs. Maybe not. Maybe I can just sneak past. It says detected, but they're not chasing after me, so... Oh, hidden. Ten Pines Bluff. Reload my shotgun before... Oop. You are allied to the settlement. Oh, okay. Well, I think I will be once I talk to them.
Excuse me.
Wakey wakey.
What do you want? We don't need any more trouble around here.
With the
I'm not here
Minutemen.
to cause any trouble. I'm here to help. I'm with the Minutemen.
You're with the Minutemen? I didn't really think you fellas still existed. We sent word with one of them passing traders, but honestly, I never expected anything to come of it. Most people don't put much stock in the Minutemen these days after Quincy. Bad business, that.
What's the trouble?
Is there something you need my help with?
Whew. Yeah, I'm damn glad you're here. There's a raider gang that's been giving us trouble for weeks. Stealing food and supplies, threatening to kill us all if we don't pony up. We know where they're coming from, but we can't go up against a gang like that.
Join the Minutemen?
Will you be willing to join the Minutemen once I've dealt with those raiders?
Well, we'll certainly give it a good long think. People have gotten used to not being able to count on you folks. That's not gonna change overnight.
Okay. Well, where do they want me to go? Oh. Down there. I thought it was gonna be the place I just came from. Like the satellite dish thing. Oh. Dog. Oh, I don't want this. There we go. How do I wait in this game? Forget.
What? Who's there?
Or actually, I don't really know. It hasn't told me.
Nothing.
Yeah, nothing. Don't worry, there's nobody here. Bedford Station. Oh! Well, I'm dead. How far back is the last save? Did I not even take out the... No, I did. Yeah. This is when I came out of there. Think. Right? Yeah. Stuff is taken. At least I think so. I forgot about that. Jeez. Getting like stuck behind trees and stuff. Still chasing me. Here, come down here and fight the dogs. Oh, it can get up here. It knows. Or does it? Oh, there's more rat. Oh, nope. Oh. Please. I'm not able to move. Here you go, dog. Okay. Can't make a swing like that yet again. There we go. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, my gun is not loaded. Try this again. I can take these.
Hey. Go check that out. Check it out. Over here. Take a look.
Auto-saving. There we go. Now it auto-saved here.
Hi.
What do you want? We don't need any more trouble around here.
I'm not here to cause any trouble. I'm here to help. I'm with the Minutemen.
You're with the Minutemen? I didn't really think you fellas still existed. We sent word with one of them passing traders, but honestly, I never expected anything to come of it. Most people don't put much stock in the Minutemen these days after Quincy. Bad business, that.
Is there something you need my help with?
Whew. Yeah, I'm damn glad you're here. There's a raider gang that's been giving us trouble for weeks.
Raider gang that's
Supplies,
giving
threatening
trouble
to kill us
for
all
weeks.
if we don't pony up. We know where they're coming from, but we can't go up against a gang like that.
Will you be willing to join the Minutemen once I've dealt with those raiders?
Well, we'll certainly give it a good long think. People have gotten used to not being able to count on you folks. That's not going to change overnight.
Okay, now I can go again. Now save. For this. Jeez. Like every melee attack I do knocks something's head off. Is that what happens when I have 6 strength? We found something. Oh. 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 And, yeah, you see, well, I'm just able to keep shooting at it while it's there. I think it doesn't know how to move out of there at the current moment. I think its AI pathing's a little bit broken. Oh no. Well, here comes the minigun again. $23 XP. Here you go. Oh, 26 rats. There's a rat away in there.
Won't be able to pick this.
Well. Back to the shotgun. Because maybe it'll work on things that aren't rad scorpions. I'm not able to hack that. Super duper mart. Oh. Okay. One of those here. Open up. I'm doing the Wasteland Survival Guide all over again. Oh. Auto cap and 10mm round. Nuka-Cola Quantums. Nuka Cherry. Regular Nuka-Colas. Bottle. Research test tube. Oh, I'll take it. Just running away because they can't hit me on this. Yep. Come back again. Cotton yarn. Lantern. Oh, they give me rats too. Whew. Oh, not quick enough. Please. Where's my last save again? It's probably at that house before I went out. Oh, yep, it is. It's 1 agility for an hour. Good. And there it runs, because it thinks that it can't hit me where I'm at, because of its AI pathing. And I'm about to get away because it ran away from me. Yep. Oh, here we go again. Oh, I didn't have any ammo loaded. Oh. And here goes for the third time, I think. Okay, go run away, please, because of AI pathing. Oh, nope. Not this time. Who is this? Ow.
Excuse me, sir. Would you happen to know the way to Bunker Hill?
Give me caps.
I don't, but give me your caps anyway.
I am sorry, but
Hey.
Excuse me, sir. Would you happen to know the way to Bunker Hill?
Oh. Why?
Why do you need to go there?
I can't divulge my reasons, but I need...
It keeps walking.
Sir, would you happen to know the way to Bunker Hill?
Why do you need to go there?
I can't divulge my reasons, but I need to get there. Urgent.
Hi.
Excuse me, sir. Would you happen to...
Why do you need to go there?
I can't divulge my reasons.
Why do you need to go there?
Excuse me, sir. Would you happen to know
I'm just
the way
gonna
to
stand in
Bunker
front of
Hill?
them so they don't move.
Why do you need to go there?
I can't divulge my reasons, but I need to get there urgently.
Sorry, I don't.
It's all right. I'm sure I can find it on...
How do you keep walking away? Well, auto-saved here, so... Time to go fight again. Is that all of them, or are there more? There, I discovered it again. Open the door. Anything inside? Oh, there's a terminal. Cargo regulations. Bedford Station Cargo Regulations Policy Revision 4.3 dash... no, well, 5/21/77. All cargo manifests are to be logged to this terminal. Logs will be maintained locally for 6 months before being archived to holotape. Intake shipments occur between 8 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. Delivery to the quarry is expected no later than 12 p.m., no exceptions. Output shipments occur between 3 o'clock and 5 o'clock. Cargo designated 0000/miscellaneous should be forwarded to the quarry. Notify Foreman Lanaham upon arrival for further instructions. Okay. View cargo manifests. 10/22/77. 8/12. Invoice 21/24. Intake. Drill parts, grade 4, steel rebar, steel wire, miscellaneous. Okay. What about this other one? Rebar, fastenings, electrical wire. Okay. Reds. Lighter. Older. Gas canister. I don't even know what just happened, but... Oh. They just kind of blew up. Oh, I missed. Oh. And it fell through the stairs. I can't even loot it. Well. Okay. Dog meat found something. Oh, what did you find, dog meat? Another rad scorpion? Oh no, wait. Yep, it's gonna lead to the rad scorpion again, I think. Oh, dog meat found an enemy. Okay. 3. Just use the pipe rifle, how about that? That works. Oh. Jerry found an enemy. Jerry found 3 enemies. Just use the pipe rifle. Because then I can just fire. A gold-plated flip lighter. Station Master's Terminal. Oh, a critical failure in the track switching system has been detected. Please clear the tracks. Spotlight control. Activate lights. Spotlight's activated. Okay. Okay, well, they're on. I guess. For what? I don't know. That looks like a train on top of a train, with how big that is. Or rocks. No, logs. Tractor. I mean, it may not be a race car, but if it still runs, Jerry can still race that. Save. Lexington. Glowing fungus. Okay. Harvested some of it, so out of order. Oh, I can go in this. Oh boy, what's in store for me in here? Oh, yeah. Back to the pipe rifle. Oh! I didn't realize there were so many. Oh, level up. I can keep just getting them to go back and come back here again. Over and over again. Oh! Oh! The car is gonna explode, I think. Unless one already did. Okay, I think one already did. Oh, barrels. Blow up the car. Yeah. Here you go. Athlete outfit. 10mm rounds. Vault Tech lunchbox. Souvenir teddy bear. Take that. Oh, back to the Commonwealth. Interessant. Oh no. Oh, okay. Still loaded. Good. Level up. Do intelligence. Accept. I'll get all of those leveled up before I go for anything else. Oh. Oh no. Try again. Oh, it missed. How many times can I get it to go? It's possible to get it. I just don't know how many tries it'll take. Milk vending machine. That's not even like... Oh, it didn't pick it up. Come on. It might take like 50 tries or something like that. Oh, now I discovered the Super Duper Mart. And it doesn't break. Come on, one more try. Nope. I'm just gonna leave it go then. For now. I might come back to it at some point. Oop. Okay, I can get in here. I'll admit. What the heck is that? Oh no, here they come again. Get off of my dog. Subway token.
What the hell was that?
Oh. Oh, it's shooting at me. Oh, nope, now it's shooting at them. That works. Oh, it can shoot me there. Get rid of this thing. Oh. Get him. Oh, they got melee. No more. Batman. Short pipe bolt action rifle. Machete. Greater power. Armor. Carrying too much now. Because of that, I think. Oh yeah. You must be in power armor to equip this. Here. You take this back. Because I cannot carry it. Chemistry station? I'm not in combat anymore. Yeah, there we go. Ammo. Raider chest piece. What do I have right now? I already have a Raider chest piece, so. Can break it. Come on. There it is. So it doesn't fire on me later on. Can I not get there? Oh, no, I can. 5.56 rounds, power relay, coil, and enhanced targeting card. Well, I might be able to make one of my own then later at the camp once I actually get back. No more. How do I get up there? I guess I just go around up this way.
Disappearing act. Huh?
No. Oh no. Oh, I thought it was gonna just continue again like before. Ah, that turret. Jeez, throwing Molotovs too? Oh. I'm alive still. Got it. Get up, dog. I still have stim packs. They go. Oh, well, I think dog meat might have got them. Bottle cap, .38 round. Yeah, you just keep shooting out that pole, please. Currently busy with stealing the stuff off this dead body. Okay. Are they down below now or up top? Oh, up top. Okay. Nope. Hi. You have fun outside. I'm just gonna go right in. There. Cracked bowl. No cracked bowl.
Keep your eyes open. I think this asshole's using a stealth boy.
Over here!
I didn't even see them yet.
Shit! Lost him!
Beep 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 beep. I just hear that. Oh, please, dog. Yeah, let me just lockpick this while in the middle of combat. Oh. There it is.
Nice.
Ammo. Short pipe revolver rifle. Ooh, I'll take that. What kind of ammo does it use? 45. Okay, well, I'm not gonna use it now, because I have limited ammo for it.
Just getting warmed up over here!
From where are you shooting me? Oh, down below. No more. Eject. Ooh. Fragmentation grenade. Bayoneted heavy pipe pistol. Okay. 2-round or pipe rifle. Ooh, hardened leg. Okay. Let me put that on. And get rid of the other leg. The harness I can get rid of.
Playing games with me, huh?
Med-X and buff out. A bottle cap mine. The heck? Oh, up here. Hey now. Stop shooting at my dog. Oh, they're chasing the dog. No more. Glow-sighted heavy pipe pistol. Ow. What does the glow-sighted one look like? Ooh, okay. That might be new. New one. Oh, that goes to the Commonwealth. I didn't realize. heck? That. Oh, down below. Oh, you chased me out. No more. Did I run out of stim packs? I think I ran out of stim packs. I did. Okay, please. I'm going back in. I'm not leaving yet. Maybe they'll just chase me inside. Oh. 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 Oh, okay. Oh, okay. And the dog was howling. Oh no. How far back is this? Oh, and I fell. Oh, look out, they know how to open doors. The heck? Oh, that's right, they're just shooting them from like the top of that building. .308 rounds, Med-X and Mentats. Here you go, dog. I knocked off its other arm. Up, 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 up. Oh, now you're here. Broke your helmet. Batman.
You're still alive? Christ.
Full action. What does the full action do? $34 damage. Do it. Oh. Thanks, turret. Oh. Can't hit me here. Yep. There we go. I got it. I'll just go out this way and get it. Get the loot. 556 rounds, biometric scanner, power, relay coil. Am I in combat still? No. Save. They up there? Ooh, I don't want to fall down there.
Where'd that little fucker go?
Oh, I keep missing with the melees. Oh, I'm just getting rads. That goes up, that goes down. I'm going down then. Okay, or not. Here they come. Almost healed enough to get up. There we go. Oh, there. Now I can actually... I'm at 200 rads. This can remove 300 rads, so I'll wait. It's on 0, I guess. If I do this... Okay, I can select like that too. Oh, here they come again. Oh no, and I'm missing. Oh, and I'm out of ammo in that entirely. Ooh. Inject. That one didn't even have arms. Use 10mm rounds, pack of cigarettes, bottle caps, more bottle caps. Oh. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. No more. Dog is okay. Oh, nothing in the cash register. Gold watch, duct tape, adjustable wrench. Save again. No, not load. I don't have any ammo for these. Like, pipe weapons. Oh, I do, actually, never mind. I don't have 308, but I have ammo for this. Oh, here they come. Maybe. Oh. Long range. No, out of ammo in that. For the 10mm pistol then. I'll just take out the turret from right here. Oh. Oh, and they threw a Molotov. I'm gonna die. I think I'm out of stim packs again. They're just shooting me from on top of the roof. Why is my character like blurry vision? How many are on top of the roof? All of them? No, another purified water. Please don't throw a Molotov down here. I think it's just shooting at the barricade. Whatever. Well, that works in my favor, I guess. There. Up there still? Oh no, they're dead. From all the way up there, where I can't even see them. Where? Oh, I'm going inside. I don't care where.
Hands up, asshole!
Get down! Get down!
That works. Comfort grip heavy pipe pistol. Take it. I don't have any stim packs left. Tactical calibrated. Oh, I do have a stim pack. There. No, please. Oh no. I don't have any stim packs, so I can't help the dog. Sorry, dog. They can lean, but I can't lean. They lit themselves on fire. Jeez. Go that far? Just to kill me? You throw it at point blank range, basically? Give rads. It's like all gives rads, minus this. There we go. Wood pack. Jeez. Okay then. They're just shooting mini nukes. No, you didn't. Hi. Will I? Oh, low health again. A stim pack, please. Nope. A stim pack, please. And nope. A stim pack, please. And nope. What do I have? Still beans. Let's give rads. Oh, well, I have like 300 now, so might as well use it. Three bullets left in that, so switch to a different weapon.
No sign of him now. You? I don't like it. Come on.
Oh, that had rad roach meat in it. I don't want that.
I'll fucking relax or I'm ready to fucking relax. Got it? I got it. I got it. Jesus. Why are you always in such a... Oh, someone's out there!
Got any stim packs in here?
Shook up over nothing.
I must be going crazy. Get a grip on yourself.
Nope. Nope. Oh, there you go. Stim pack. Inject. Okay. Cause... Oh. Oh, nope. Does that explode? Oh no, it doesn't. Okay. Thought it was going to. Plastic pumpkin. Oh. Ow. Not allowed to have candy. There were more enemies, I think. But where? Oh. That wasn't the type of enemy I was expecting.
Nothing there now. What do you think? I don't know. Yeah, you're probably right. Gotta cut down the shadows. I don't start talking crazy.
Outside or what?
What the? You guys gotta stop with that, bro. We're not fucking seeing things.
Back on the other side of this again? That's what I'm gonna guess. Oh, chem box. Oh, that noise, it sounded like glass breaking.
Got it.
No radiation, please. Coolant cap. Can I not go back into first person view? Oh, there it goes. Oh, only when I'm not standing near something, I guess.
What the hell? Get some, motherfucker!
Okay. I thought they were still alive. Okay. Inject myself again. That's a master lock. Oh, I'm carrying too much. What do I have in my inventory anyway? Okay, none of those weigh anything. Thought I saw something. Oh, yep. Biometric scanner, that weighs 3. Drop 1. Still not enough. Drop 2. Still really don't know where to go. I'm lost. Oh. I was already in here. Downward? Please. Novice lock.
Yes.
Oh, I'm about to level up. Can I go up this way? No. Okay. But I can keep going down. And this just goes out. Ooh. Where am I? What is happening? Like a radiation storm. Saying go in here. Okay. But now where does it want me to go? Over here? I don't understand. This doesn't lead to anywhere. As far as I know. Oh. Okay, these are not doors. It looks like they are, but... Okay. Then I go back through here again. Oh. Okay. Jet mentats. There we go. Oh. Okay.
What the? Someone's out there!
Oh, okay. Oh. Oh no. Now where do I get to go back to? Oh, dog. Okay. Oh, right. Up. Or wait, this isn't even the way to go, but open up anyway. See where it leads to, if I can even get to the other part from this way. Oh no, I can go this way.
Man, come back! Have fun!
Tough. Okay. And this is not the right way. Anyway, so that goes back down and it'll go back out. Up. Up. There's another stairway that goes up. Not here, I don't think, but it might be. I don't really recall. Nope. Nope, I'm going back. This way. No, not back in here. Go up the arrow way. Because this leads to something, I guess. Go, 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 go. Come on, dog. No. Oh, don't stand there. Yep. Yep, just don't stand there. There. Now I can go up here if I want to. Oh, I didn't jump. I didn't jump at the end. Because it kept stopping me. Yep. I think the dog is in the way, or else I would be able to jump over that. Now the dog is behind me, so I think I can jump over this. Yep. Okay.
Just get warmed up over here.
Oh. Jared. Ooh, oh no. Do I have anything healing-wise? I have a feeling I do not, but I might. Oh, I have a stim pack. I'm surprised I even have that. At this point. With how many I used already. And how little I guess I had. Where did they go? Bye. Wait, boiled leather left arm. Harold, are these... do they do more though? Where's my arm? Okay, they do the same. Left leg. Except for the left leg. The left leg does better. So, do that. And drop. And drop. Auto-saving. Oh, Jared's terminal. We hack it. Oh. Spotlight control. Units connected 3. Deactivate lights. Turret control. Units connected 2. Deactivate. And setting up shop. Gunfire's finally quieted down. Suppose that means either Lonnie and Gristle wiped up the last of the ghouls, or they're currently serving as someone's meal. But now Lexington is secure. I can finally get to work. Okay. Stumped. I don't know. No, please. There. Stumped. Nothing is working. The old woman, she used to just huff some jet, pop some pills, then she'd start babbling, spouting vision after vision, and they all turned out true. The raiders burning the town, killing the parents, stealing the kids, stealing me. I remember the look in her eyes when she saw my fate. Kid, you're gonna be a monster. All true. If I could get that sort of power, that sight, that commonwealth, the other gangs, no one would have a prayer. But nothing's working. Maybe I need to try upping the dosages. I'm gonna need another bucket. Subjects. It's not the chems, they're just a trigger for the site. It's me. I'm the problem. Wish I'd realized it before my arms looked like pincushions, but at least it's a new lead. I need subjects. Experiments continue. Experiments continue. Still no successes, but the rumor of free chems has brought plenty of new recruits. Ranks are neatly back up to where they were before we cleaned out Lexington. Lonnie thinks it's a waste of time, says we need to spend our time building up our defenses, but Lonnie doesn't make the decisions, I do. She does seem to be enjoying her new position, though. Maybe another dose of Psycho will get her visions firing. She's here. Gristle says there's a caravan headed this way, some joker in a cowboy hat with a laser musket, 3 civilians, and 1 frail old woman dressed like a fortune teller. It's her, I know it's her. I sent Gristle to collect her. I wonder if she'll recognize me. Of course she will. She saw this coming after all. Okay.
Get up! Get up!
Loot on you better be worth it.
Oh, gotta reload. There we go. Shotgun shell. Yep, just the shotgun shells. Molotov cocktail, and just that. Okay, now I can leave. No more. No more of whatever this place is. Is/was, whatever. Dog meat found an enemy. Oh boy. I'm gonna take the baseball bat. Oh, I'm carrying too much. Oh no. Weapons. But maybe I'll drop one of these miniguns. How much do they go for? 382? Maybe not. actually. Switchblade. Tactical calibrated pipe pistol. In comparison to the heavy, does 1 less damage. Maybe I can... Oh, I have 4 of these. So, yeah, I'll just drop all of them. Because I have this now. Anyway.
What the hell was that?
Oh.
Shoot 'em all. Man, come back.
No. Pack. Razor grain. The heck? Oh. You don't hit my dog like that. Just like kicking around everything else. That works. What was that? Ow. Auto weapon. Where'd they even fire from? 45. Tarberry. Short automatic pipe rifle. Yeah, I'm good. From where would you be shooting me? Oh, right here. Hi.
Ain't personal, just you or me.
No more. Hardened Raider right leg. Do I already have one of these? No, I don't. This does more. Oh, I accidentally dropped it. Oh, at least that doesn't actually... At least the collision is not the transparency on the texture drop. So it doesn't just fall right through. There. I collected some armor. Now my damage resistance is 30, I think. Yep. Oop. And I think I cleared him out enough so I can actually just fast travel. Maybe. Oh, yep. Okay. Hello, I am here now. Oh, there's a trader here. I can go trade the other minigun.
Excuse me.
But it's something. You find those raiders?
Join
Their
Minutemen?
history. Now, what do you say about joining the Minutemen? helping others when they need it.
You helped us, so it'd be pretty ungrateful of us to turn our backs on other folks. If we want things to get better, we've got to start helping each other. So, we're in. You can count on us if you need help down the line. Thanks again, friend.
Yep. Hey, you're welcome. Thanks for the 103 caps.
Good caps to be made protecting folk. Got the best armor in these parts.
Armor. What's for sale?
What kind of stuff do you have?
I sell armor for Old Man Stockton's outfit, based out of Bunker Hill. Been selling armor to smart wastelanders for years. The dumb ones walk away empty-handed, but they don't stay dumb long, if you catch my meaning.
What?
I've got a few minutes to browse.
Got plenty of stock. Take your pick.
Okay. Champion left arm. Well, here. Oh. Weapons. I have 3 10mm pistols. So take 2. Because they're all the same anyway. Here, take this minigun. Here, take like... Oh, okay, these are not as valuable as I would want for selling them. Here, take this because I already have an auto pistol, but you know, I have like pretty much all pipe weapons, and I have another pipe pistol that's semi. I don't think I'm really going to use the auto that much, honestly. Take this, because I already have one. And, yeah. Barrel. I already dropped the things that I wasn't going to keep. Aid. Here, take this Nuka-Cola, because I don't like radiation. I'm gonna keep these because I might be able to plant them. Glowing fungus. Oh, here, Deathclaw meat. I was gonna sell that anyway, so. Now, what do you have? Do you have stim packs? If you have stim packs, that's... No, you do not. That's unfortunate. I literally... I cannot buy... I don't think I can buy really anything. Great leg. Steel. Pocketed leather left leg. Metal left leg. Mantis left greave. Oh, that's 16,000 caps. I don't have that. Guess I'll take back the Nuka-Cola. Oh, exact. Yep, accept. Yep. There you go. Now you have 0 caps. Thanks for trading. Caravan guard.
The way you get old in this job?
Okay, please. No more. And I think I'm gonna call it there. I finally completed the assembly plant fight, whatever. Raiders got rid of those ones. For now. Save and quit the main menu. Yes. I guess, I have a level up when I get back. I'll do that, though, when... The next time, I'm just gonna wait. Quit the desktop. Confirm. Where am I at? Oh, 520. 520. Okay. It'll probably be 521 by the end of this. But yeah, not sure what I'm doing next. I did order another motherboard. So there is a chance that I won't be streaming for like a day or two after it comes. If it comes tomorrow, I might be gone for, like I said, like a day or two, just trying to put it together, put it all back together again, and make sure everything is set up, because I'm probably going to go through the BIOS and check the options and whatnot, and see if there's anything I can do more for performance, I guess. But anyway, that'll be it. Until next time. Goodbye.